Build half sap. I'm using better blitz plates. Yeah, it's a new beta build, and it's very weird what they did. So they made the talent tree super top heavy. So you just can't afford whole blood anymore. You basically have to take the whole entire top tree. There's no choice. There's no, oh, I want Shiv, oh, I want Iron Stomach. They just force you to take all of it. So you can't get as much on the bottom. And then they put the new talent here, which is Cheap Shot and Kidney does damage. And it doesn't break CC that I've seen, because it comes out instantly. So, interesting. And Deathstalker, I tried to play it in arena, even tunneling one target. It's even worse than I thought. If your stacks get removed by a defensive, you also can't put new stacks out ever. Like, a mage blocked my stacks off, but I just couldn't reapply them at all to any of the three. So you just have no hero talent if you play Deathstalker. They just killed it. It's crazy. Got a wall there. Hopefully I can sap. Face combat with nothing. Love to see it. Pick MD. I shouldn't bomb that. Thought I had the cheap shot still. But shot in the dark fucked up on the vanish. Doesn't keep the buff. No step to kick that. My mage is probably fucked. Yeah. Brett's still beyond broken and shuffle. It's a joke that they have lay on hands, pop, and sink still. The only spec that can actually make a shuffle round go more than 2 minutes into like deep 60% dampening. You just have like 10 cooldowns on your team. Keep in the port. I'm allowed to actually go stun the healer because Brett's on my team. Can't half sap for no reason. You got in combat while sapped with no Shadow Fiend out or anything. Got trinket there. I don't like the new changes. Not just the rupture prune, but like this newest wave today or whatever. Vanishing to not die to air. I got magic bop though, so I should be fine. I feel like there's less choice on the talent tree now because it's so top heavy. Like before, I thought the class tree was perfect because there was actually decisions that could be different rogues. Of like, oh yeah, this guy likes playing Shiv. Oh yeah, this guy likes playing Iron Stomach because he's a dampener. But now you're forced to take literally the entire top half of the tree. There is no choice. Like if I get rid of these, right? In order to progress past this point in the tree, you literally have to take Iron Stomach, 5% crippling, and Shiv, and Unbreakable Stride, and Rush Setup. Usually it's pick 3 of those 5, and there's personal preference. Now you literally have to pick the entire goddamn tree with no choice at all. Like I'd rather they just prune the tree or something at that point. Because I like the idea of being able to change my spec and it means something. Rather than just, oh, spec the entire tree. Yeah, I hate the DR icons too. I hate that it's like conk shot for stuns. Fake just fade. Can't stun for 3 though, because picked that before he angel himmed. Huge. Like I kicked this in before he angeled. I don't even think you can angel mid-cast anyway, so you would have had to cancel it. It was a really bad him. Overlap, gouge, and stun. Vanish to just not die to air. They are cheap for micropiss. But yeah, Deathstalker is even worse than... I lost the first 3 rounds off stream trying to set everything back up when I was playing Deathstalker, because it's even worse than I thought. Because I was like, if I just train 1 target, maybe I could stay Deathstalker. Because this is what replaced the Rupture talent. And Symbolic now actually works with Dance instead of Symbols. But it's even worse than I thought. Because I thought, you know, if you tunnel 1 target, you could still kind of move your stacks around every Darkest Night. Nope, if your stacks get removed by a defensive, you can't put them on anyone, period. Like in that shuffle, like round 2 off stream, the mage blocks. I can't apply Deathstalker stacks to like the entire minute or like the rest of the game because he blocked. So you just have no hero talents because the guy blocked. Like they just completely gutted this by like not letting you Shadow Strike to reapply whenever you want because PvEers are too stupid to like not reset their rotation on accident, even though it's an intentional choice to reset your rotation. But I hate having to play Trickster, even though there is some quality of life stuff like the extra sap range. But I really hate that coup de grace has that delayed animation that makes your global 1.2 instead of 1. They have a longer global when you have coup de grace. It just makes you mess up a lot of things you want to do with CC. For your glasses, I got LASIK like a month or 2 ago. That's so good this season? I don't know. I mean, in retail, yeah. Way easier to play than sub. How you doing, JRX? It's intended. It's even written in the tooltip. Applies 3 stacks unless the mark is already active. They changed it because they changed Asa to apply it with Garrote instead of Ambush. And Asa was just accidentally resetting their mark, so they just had to ruin sub for no reason on that. I don't think that PvEers are going to complain is the problem, so I think Deathstalker is just dead. Unless you're doing like 1v1 duels. Which sucks because Deathstalker has the more fun utility, because you actually care about the rotation. You know, you get more burst, you get more Shadow Step cooldown, so you can like do more micro CC and like just do more stuff. And it gives you more energy regen. I mean, I think it's just the maximum dumbing down possible because Trickster is just easier to play. God forbid anyone ever look at the debuffs once, you know? Part of why Rupture's gone. Nah, Gorma is terrible. Always. Because it does less damage than Shadow Strike. You only press Gorma for energy regen. And the energy regen isn't that terrible, to be honest. So you don't need it at all. Because, you know, God forbid you get an extra keybind, you know? You can't have debuffs in the game, and you can't have cooldowns. You just gotta press Eviscerate, and Cheap Shot, and Shadow Strike. With 3 buttons. And Secret Tech, 4 buttons. I have like 18 ping, West Coast. Hope I'm dying while he's in block. Didn't need to cloak. Yeah, every beta is always West Coast and Europeans get screwed. Hey, the replacement talent over here is Kidney and Cheap Shot do damage now. Dash trinket. Doesn't want to. Have to vanish just for the heal. You can still sap with it. I don't think it applies combat. Like, I've still done stun blind sap with it. Yeah, I think I was already upset at the rupture pruning. Now I'm just kind of upset that there's like no choice at all in the talent tree anymore. Like, I'm kind of salty that Gormoth sucks, and I'm kind of salty that Deathstalker isn't playable, and I'm kind of salty that the class tree, you just can't change any of these talents. You have to take Shiv, 5% crippling, Iron Stomach, Unbreakable, and Rush setup. before you're able to get to the bottom of the tree. They just made it super, super top heavy, where you basically have to take every talent before you're allowed to pick the last row. That's my point, though. I like having talent trees. I like choice. If you want to be a dampener and you go Iron Stomach, sure. Or like for double DPS 2s, or like you swap Iron Stomach, you know? Or like I'm one of the few people that play Shiv all the time. I like having a more advanced float. Focus Shiva healer running at my, healer for a fear, and it makes them rage fade, or like Shiva Druid and kite them and make them rage leave bear form, like. But now it's like there's no choice of like, oh, you just get every talent. It's not really a tree anymore. And it's a penalty because now you lose a whole extra bottom row. So you don't get to play like 2 Vanishes and Cold Blood. I did that with not enough comp points. Paint that. Actually, it didn't go off. I don't know. You don't need to change talents, right? If you suck at the game and you don't want to change talents, then just play casually. You don't need to have perfect talents. Completely a playstyle thing, or even like a matchup thing. It adds like immersion to the game and like knowledge check to the game a little bit. But like, I don't think that's toxic. Like, I think having a reason to ever change your talents is a good thing. But most specs in the game already can literally play every single matchup with the same talents and never change. Like, you can be lazy. I want to squeeze blood out of a stone and try to optimize like 2% more, like it does not really change anything. Like, it's not like you're changing your whole tree and like switching hero talents every class you're fighting and like, oh god, it's a mage, I have to go this. Oh, like, you barely changed talents as it was, but now it's like impossible to change if you want. What am I going to do? Pick an AoE stealth talent that's not usable in arena, or get rid of crippling poison? No, sap still pulls you up. That DK's answer. All the zoos in the game are bad, but only Unholy DK should be a zoo. There should never be so much. If the whole point is to declutter the game and like make it more watchable and more dumbed down. There's so much passive, stupid mental pressure that gets applied by having 700 pets, especially when there's less add-ons. Yeah, this is midnight. You miss so much stuff that when you just have so much clutter. No, I think Rogue is dumbed down enough that even an Acid Rogue player could play a Sub Rogue and people can play without add-ons now. You're gonna die without blocking. I can't trinket this because it'll auto root me on my trinket. Might get a sap because of the bomb. I'll blind him running. He actually faded my blind on accident. He was trying to fade sap while he ran in bomb. I was gonna blind sap there with the bomb. I'm gonna gouge because this guy never sheeps. Have a keybound. Got trinket. Killing without CC. Pick that. Try to stun healer, but he gets the ulti pen off. I'm dead here. Unless he gets there for Link or something. Hitting this guy defensively to not die. Like that. Gouge the next cast. I just gouge healer into kidney again, actually. Pick that. Blind that. Here we get a sap. On use, even though I don't have blades, just to try to close out the game. Use leech instead of iron stomach. The leech is only 2% though. And it's only stealth. I don't think it works with dance. It doesn't work with dance. I don't know, iron stomach's really good. If anything, it'd be the 5% crippling. It doesn't do anything. See if it works in dance, but I don't think it does. The game is really slow right now, yeah. Getting massive nimble AoE trickster damage. I could blind that heal, but I'll blind this one. I should be able to sap this. I blinded him as an interrupt. He trinkets. Do a gouge kidney because this mage never sheeps. Could bomb at the end of this. Make sure we get something. We got this first because of the bomb. Shaman did drop combat there, but it wasn't worth DR sapping. Gouge in like 8 when it's off CD. If I trinket this, I'll trinket still kick. Oh, nice. He's not playing the auto route. I still get peeled though. Right. We will hope that he sheeps this. If not, it is what it is. Restun. Gouging. We're getting a lot of trickster AoE. Wishing I could press rupture more than Ev. Auto attacks and Ev is spam for the most part. And you have permadance. Oh, yeah, you can't kill void tendrils anymore. You can't even target it. Like that. I'm stepping 3 to go for a kick. The aura mastered though. I don't have DRs to gouge it. Kick into blind sap. He trinkets. Try to go kidney. Maybe do a smoke bomb sap here. I don't have bomb for 10 actually. Have to kill now or we just lose. Keep shot healer in 3. I think I'm doing top dam right now, yeah. But it's also like not rank 1 players, right? Because it's just like an open beta and MMR is pretty equalized. Even if you have like a 90% win rate, you get like 1700. I can't check healing done, I don't think, or maybe I can. I think done. Nah, it didn't heal at all. I don't like the pruning. I don't like the slow pace. Pruning would be okay if it was fast paced, but too dumbed down, too pruned, too slow. Like all 3. The triple threat. Still excited for it to be something new though. Like I like the no add-on stuff. I like the less passive bloat. It's just the rotation needs to be more fun. But no add-ons is great for me. That's annoying. Thought I would get the sap there. Should have gone DFA. I don't have a good tricks macro right now. So there's no sort group or dynamic macros. Find weakness is a player buff, yeah. Pick that. Pick that. Go gouge. Go cheap shot. Yeah, better Blizz frames as the combat icon. Yeah, I think like full offensives being popped and being like legally blind, like 3-second time to kill is perfect. Where it's not like, oh, he cheap shot my trinket, I'm insta dead type shit, but like cooldown trading should kind of be a thing, but like you also should, offensives should out trade defensives. Like this, you know, defensives while stunned and like 45-second defensives and shit are like really bad for the game. Too many games go to deep dampening already as it is. I don't think an arena match should ever go to 10 minutes, even if it's like a game 7 with 2 tournament teams. Like the perfect game length is like 3 to 5 minutes of like aggro play. Not in range to step kick that. I got that one though. Go blind. Two trinkets into a gouge kidney. I have to just vanish to get the cheap shot instead. If I was in a route. Where the link was healing itself, I couldn't kill it. I faint for this, should be fine. Go stun healer in a sec. Meld the ray. Actually, it kept going, that was weird. Pick that. Go gouge. Kidney healer if I ever move. I might be dead here. I wanted a kidney so bad there. Still just kill without CC though. Better Blizz frames, or it's just class colors in the search like menu of like the default UI. Blue glow I think is might be something with better Blizz frames. I don't know. It's like beta testing the add-on. DK is doing double my damn, just random bets. Gouge healer in 2. Pick him on Frost, he might die without blocking. It gets pain up. Nice X. Guy doesn't decurse. I'm just gonna stun that as an interrupt, even though it was DR. Stun that heal. Do a half kidney, do a gouge. Yeah, pretty much everyone can do dagger swords except for Rooks. It's great. Percent damn buff. I mean, I just went like 2 wins on the last lobby before this one. And now I'm fighting people 200 MMR lower. Just like a MMR diff. Pick that. The gouge into kidney. Took that late. Yeah, I can't step kick the healer, but I have gouge in 5. Hopefully he doesn't get tremored on this. He doesn't. He literally just walk up in slow motion for that. Maybe get a sap out? Nah. If anything, it feels like early Legion. Which is, or mid BFA, which is like extremely slow. Like me and Aegis were doing 2s with the trinket fix. And like Blade's bust was still like 3+ second time to kill. On like a squishy demon hunter with no trinket in a bad spot lining his healer. And he just full on tanked to bust Blades. Because dampening wasn't high yet. Like, it seems like every DPS has ludicrous amounts of self-healing from them undoing a lot of templates. I think it's probably the core issue. Not just like in 1v1s, like rogue healing seems insane even in 1v1, and like so does like second wind and like DK healing and like every class. And there's just a lot of like weird not tuned things at all. Like Resto Druid does more damage than DPS. Like there's just a lot of things that just aren't remotely tuned at all. Like I would say a Resto Druid can burst harder than I can right now on the beta. With like Convoke and everything. Like I'm actually more scared of 1v1ing a Resto Druid as a DPS spec than I am 1v1ing a Feral Druid as a DPS spec. I don't think it's just recuperate. I think it's just that you're forced into Iron Stomach. And then I think Crimson Vial like isn't nerfed in PvP like it should be or something. And then it's also just having Vanish heal again. And having 2 Vanishes again. And then also having Recuperator. So you have like all 3 healing talents. And it just seems like they're healing for more. I mean, we're already 600k in season 1. Like, we're gonna be back at multi-millions by season 3, which is kind of dumb. Like, what's the point of a stat squish then? Doesn't even last a single season. 'Cause every item level jump is like 40 or whatever. I just think I'm okay with healers doing burst. I'm okay with healers doing good CC. I just don't like healers healing by doing damage ever. Should be a choice between damage and healing. Like, I think like atonement's always bad, fist whipping's always bad, melee wings was always bad. Like, playing an aggro healer should just be like doing good CC and like aggro positioning to get said CC and like good purges and stuff like that. Or like using defensive CDs offensively. Oh, I blinded his fly. Oh, he's so sad. Oh, Sap pulling me out of stealth, let him in cap. That's rude. I mean, I just would have vanished or bombed the fly anyway, but canceling her like that's funny. Normally, I thought flying in the air like that had invincibility frames. I thought I would immune my blind. Did he vanish the blind or blind the vanish? Going back to TBC there. The death grab, yeah, it might just be desync, especially if you're at EU. It's like 200 ping versus like 17 ping. Not the whole rotation, just the ability, yeah. Guy's a resto, probably, yeah. Oh, he's a feral. Cool. Got all 302? What do you mean all 302? This is just a max level server. I'm gonna play Night Elf, it's more fun. But I'll probably play Orc when the game comes out. Rank 5, it goes that. Oh. I didn't think you could even rank 5 these. I still am muting a lot of stuff with it. Or using it as a way to get sap. Even if I don't get a shot in the dark, cheap shot. But I think Orc is obviously going to be better if you ever fight another rogue. It's also just no one plays Horde on the beta, so it's like harder to find duels and stuff. I also want to try maybe playing no subterfuge still. Just because, like, cheap shot has a cooldown anyway. Even though that makes the openers really awkward. Less awkward since you're not playing subterfuge though. And basically have perma-dance. So with the talent tree changes, you might actually not get to play subterfuge anymore. So it just depends if our damage is viable. And like how bad mobility and survivability are. Like if you want the second vanish defensively, then that's good. But like if our damage is lacking, then we'll probably have to still do this. I'm using S Serena. Battlecraft is like tied to this now. Battlecraft is only the extra procs and more energy regen. And then Ancient Arts is the double finisher. I was gonna half sap there, but okay. Bop on the bop. Fuck that. I don't like that DR blind because it kind of delays the priest being able to do anything, but. Bomb because the healer trinketed my gouge kidney. Killing the wrong totem. Love clutter. Gouge healer in 2. Trinket that. No step kick for healer for 5. Kick into kidney. Gouge the rest of War Mastery. On use without blades. I'll have blades in a couple seconds. I just want to get a head start on this go. Alright, we just die. Majority of my damage is passive AoE hero talent. Find that as an interrupt. Maybe I could sap if I'm lucky. Oh, they break it. Bomb to maybe get a sap. New bubbles, never mind. Priest actually faked something. Gouge in one, but we're probably dead. Bottom red doesn't know how to sync without add-ons, I guess. Swap the other guy because just padding on DRs. And just doing good AoE anyway. Kick that. Time was only 3 seconds. Cool. Check the Searing Glare. Hopefully we don't die through Link. My cat is DDoSing me. Whoa, what is it? That. The Gouge Kidney. Ret won't sink. Getting blinded here. DR Hodge for no reason. Love to see it. Gonna bomb this. Got trinket. Got bubble. They actually sank something world first. If I got a sap there, maybe we could have done something, but all I know is 2 rets feels exactly like retail. I love just not being allowed to use my stunts in PV bracket. Unless I multi-stun. It's like blows through all my shadow steps. Or just makes it 10 times easier for them to fade. And forces me into tunneling a target that has like a built-in bark skin. And 3 trinkets. Maybe get a bubble or something here. No gouge for 10. Still getting up here on my healer. I think we're just dead. Guy bubbles aggro. We actually get a hex. Go a cheap shot. Maybe we can win with that. Kick that. Disperse is blind. Honk shot is stun, and then like the Brewmaster like AoE blind is like poly. The DR icons make zero fucking sense. Alright, the guy's on Disperse DR. I guess it's not just the Brewmaster blind, it's like the Dragon Root. Yeah, the new talent? Yeah, I'm using it right now. Check that. Why was that disarm 5? Almost all the other ones I've pressed this lobby have been 3. I don't know what it's DRing with. I thought it was just nerfed in PvP, like in arena, but not in duels. But now that I had a full duration disarm without like a dragon oppressing roar or something, I don't know why it worked. I disarmed into the fucking bubble. Evasion in 5. Evasion in 1. I just died through it because they're both wizards. Probably the same build I'm playing. I mean, your build's wrong. Nothing. I need the damage. You have shot in the dark anyway. The only thing Subterfuge is good for right now is the sap bug, where you fucking get pulled out of stealth when you sap. Step kick into blind in a sec. Or they can use all the DRs. Got the second bubble. Take that. Do a gouge. And he immuned it. Down and just pray they don't sink. That was immune. The tracker lied to me. I think we're all just dead. Check that again. Grab the soccer ball. Neither of them have bubble. I can hit whichever one. Especially because all my buttons just AoE anyway. I didn't kick that. I'm assuming it's a bug. They never documented it in any blue post. It's not written on the tooltip. It's not, you know, there's no talents that write about it. And it negatively affects PvE, and PvEers are the only people that matter, so. Last someone wants to do is ninja pull in a raid because they got pulled out of stealth to nothing, you know? But I guess no one really CCs anyway. Yeah. PvE. It's more of just a micro interrupt with, you know, in Mythic Plus. I don't know, I think 7 combo points is probably worth more than Cold Blood. And Finality is probably worth more than Rotten. Especially with Dark Brew. Dark Brew has so much value with Umbral and Replicating. And Ancient Arts itself. And Secret Tech. I don't know, I'm full team Shadow Damage. What are you putting your other point in Finality into? Oh, you're still playing First Dance. Yeah. That might even be better on Perforated if you want to go full Shadow Strike. Nah, First Dance isn't that good. It was only because Umbral wasn't pickable yet, and we didn't know what Umbral was gonna be. Feels okay. I mean, feels a lot of the similar theme problems of you just get CC'd more than healers, even without add-ons and stuff, and just or cooldown trades of like feeling like you still are only relevant in blades, and then, you know, the game is too short for you to get 3 or 4 blades for you to close in a shuffle because there's just a rep pally. It's hard to just kill on the second blades every time when there's just a lay on hands, bop, tank. Yeah, 1 Finality you can't feel a difference at all. But Dark Brew and 2 Finality and 7 combo points, you can't feel a diff. Especially when you get an umbral, like eviscerate. Because you have the shadow damage from umbral, 15. You have the shadow damage from replicating, 15. And then you get the 10% on dark brew. So that's like already 40% shadow damage. It's a shame you can't play lingering. Because Deathstalker doesn't work in arena. Intentionally, not even a bug. I do like the idea of it, but I don't know. Feels smoother to not play it. It's like part of the problem of like Blades not giving you infinity combo points is you feel like you have more shadow technique procs when you don't double finisher. That makes you feel like less bad in between your dances and stuff. Like obviously double finisher is fun, but it doesn't line up that often. It'll like line up on Blades like one time if you don't get peeled. Whereas this is just permanent value the whole game. How's it going, Bendy? I'm adapting to some of the newer changes. I don't know how I feel about it. I really hate that there's like no choice on the top side of the class tree now. Because you're just forced to literally pick the entire tree except for AoE stealth and not having crippling poison in order to get to the bottom side of the tree, which is weird. So it's like the bottom side of the tree is like 20 or not 20%, but it's a fraction of just how much is on the bottom side. They just intentionally changed it because I think they just didn't like people having 3 rows of like capstones. Because yeah, if I wanted to play like no Shiv, my only options are to take this that doesn't even work on dance, this that doesn't work in arena at all, or giving up crippling poison. So it's like, I can't play no Shiv, I can't play no Iron Stomach, I can't play no Unbreakable Stride, can't play no Superior Mixture. You just literally have to select every single talent. There's no choice. Usually it was like those 5 options, you kind of got to pick 3 out of 5 or 2 out of 5, you know? And you just got to pick which ones you wanted. Of like, oh, I value the energy regen more. Oh, I want the DK to have to spend more global slowing me, or like, oh, I'm like actually scared of dying, or I have Hellstones, or like I'm playing double DPS 2s. But now it's just you pick the whole tree, which I think is more boring. Because everyone else gets more of their bottom tree, and now we get no options, and we get less on our bottom tree. Because now it's like if you play 2 vanishes, you have to give up 7 combo points or cold blood. But honestly, with like cheap shot cooldown anyway, like the only thing subterfuge actually helps that much with is that bug. Might as well just do more damage to undo the talent changes. I think it's just more energy regen and more shadow tech procs in general. To always value, because auto attacks are a big portion of your damage now. It's guaranteed extra damage and guaranteed extra energy regen when I feel energy starved. The Shadowcraft procs are also just worth more energy now with Shadowcraft. For Shadow Tech procs. But it feels like more energy regen. And it's also just less RNG, right? This only affects crits, and you don't really get guaranteed crits anymore now that you're not Deathstalker. I mean, you get like 8% crit chance here, I think, or 10%, but yeah. I mean, I'm not doing the most DPS, like, even against, like, non-rank 1 players. Seems like Rets and Unholy DKs and a bunch of stuff just kind of still do double your damage on accident, even if you gap them as a player. Almost all your damage is just random nimble AoE fake pad on pets. This is always like my top damage because everyone's just running around Pving. Guy just gives up. I don't know, I don't want to energy star, but I just want smooth damage. My goal is I just pray that Ancient Arts procs on a finisher. And then I get like an extra of this. It's just secret tech, basically big secret tech, and then pray for Ancient Arts procs. That's an ability that's on retail. It's been on retail for a couple patches now. But it's just like a way to heal without food. Every class has it. I wish they'd let people use it in Arena, because I think that would make double DPS more viable, but you can't use it in Arena. Doesn't get proc though without third one? What do you mean? You need to have over 7 passive combo points to get the back-to-back. And you're getting no value from it outside of like getting maybe 1 or 2 back-to-backs in an entire game. And sometimes you don't even have the globals to do a back-to-back because of stupid coup de grace. But yeah, I don't really care about the back-to-back, to be honest. Yeah, no subterfuge, no... Basically everything that was fun about sub, yeah. I mean, it doesn't have to be the build. I think you could play without Cold Blood. I like saying coup de grace. Wouldn't be criticized no matter which way I say it, you know? Fine. Could say coop. It is still satisfying to like do good CC without add-ons and like do good, you know, step kicks and stuff, but thing is, Rotten is pre-nerfed in PvP. It goes from 35 to 21. And you're not guaranteed crits anyway. I do think Rotten is really good though. Like, I would say Rotten is worth more than a singular point of finality by a lot. But it's just like, I want to get Dark Brew, because I think Dark Brew is the problem. It's like, if I try to go Rotten, then I can't get Dark Brew, and I think Dark Brew is a bigger deal than Rotten. Makes Secret Tech really good. It makes like your random Ancient Arts procs where you just do a double finisher really good. It makes your Weapon Master procs feel better. And you also have replicating, where sometimes you just double shadow clone for no reason. Like, the damage is super RNG. I almost feel like an Ellie Shaman. I mean, Ancient Arts is pretty much guaranteed if you have full combo points. The other thing I've kind of realized is you proc Ancient Arts more if you aren't ever doing a double finisher with Ancient Arts. Because Ancient Arts, if you have the double of this, you're blowing through like 10 passive procs instead of just like having your next builder be a mark for death. And then you're also kind of ruining the rate for this to proc. Because this is like based on how many shadow techniques you have on the finisher, not how many combo points you have. I like the no add-on stuff. Yeah, Dark Brew is just good because like it buffs Ancient Art proc when you get like an extra finisher, and it buffs Secret Tech. And then you just have so much more shadow damage in general. Which also helps Macabre too. So it helps Macabre, and then like it helps Umbral. It helps when you get a replicating on an Ancient Arts proc, and it helps Secret Tech. But you have like so many shadow modifiers, right? Like this is a shadow modifier, 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 this is a shadow modifier. It's a new problem. But they're all passive, so you don't have to line them up or use a weak aura. They just happen automatically, organically, with no thought. It's just the most like you could do is like a big Secret Tech that gets duplicated by your shadow clone into another duplication with replicating. So it's kind of Ellie Shaman-esque, where it's like Secret Tech, Ancient Arts, replicating, Ancient Arts again kind of thing. I mean, right now I don't think it's tuned that insane. Like, I'm just gapping people with kind of, you know, basically unranked, like fighting non-ranked ones and stuff, but I think like random, not even duelist level rep pallies and DKs are still scary. So I don't think the metric is that it's tuned that well. And I think Warlock's probably gained some of the most CC in the game. Like, Warlock is just the new mage. Having 20-second dance, I feel like I have permanent dance even if I double dance every single go. I feel like dance doesn't have a cooldown at all if you stall at all for CC one time. Guy did a really good White Elf teleport. Guy gets combat for no reason, so I don't get the stun blind sap. Tried to kick ulti, wasn't in range. Kick that. I guess I have to go gouge the mind control late, but he steering glared it. Thought it expired by then. And we're just dead in the ope. YOLO bomb just to play safe. Yeah, I think there's just a 6-0 for the ret. I think even with the dance having no cooldown and not needing to stay into farm dance, you don't reset long enough to ever get another first dance proc outside of a duel where you're like blind sapping someone. There's too many pets and stuff keeping you permanently in combat. Like, I don't feel like I can like go for a impactful, important, you know, game-changing, you know, mop kata style re-stealth ever. And that's kind of what first dance is for. And that doesn't exist. Because re-stealths are worth nothing. Because you have permanent dance, and re-stealths don't give you like half the privileges that dance does. You sap trinket? Yeah. Fuck the searing. Might get a sap because of the bomb. Oh, he has dots, I can anyway. Gouge as he gets in though. Got bubble. No step for 10 to kick. He wastes my stun DRs. Love to see it. And we're just dead. I think it might just be an 06 for the warrior. Outlaw orb step? Almost, yeah. Like, all this damage right here is just fake nimble AoE pad. That round it wasn't somehow. Is it bugged? I only did 39k there, that's weird. Usually it's like my top by a mile. That's on my team, so I'm actually allowed to use stunts. It's late. I actually trinketed. Pick that. We're blind late. I just don't want to break it. To a kidney. Or half sap into cheap shot. That way he doesn't get life swap off. Another cheap shot so he doesn't get life swap off. This guy's playing the stupid Scion passive. He's already dead. But he's gonna live. I didn't. The 5-minute cooldown to have a Scion passive like that. And then if you kill someone during it, then you get to live. Yeah, that's where you're like, probably doesn't have enchants or gear or something and he just has no idea. I have no idea. Might be a bug with the add-on. Pick priest in a sec. Farm the rest of his cooldowns. Pick that. Go gouge to a stun. I'll trade this lane bomb. Actually got the ulti off. I was trying to bomb to stop the ulti. Continue healer in 5 though. The Scion passive procs. They win. How you doing, Dre? Pick that. Everybody gets to cast Radiance after that? That's crazy. Bomb this guy in a sec. I think when it was still alpha, it was like an 8. There's a couple things I would say that could have been better. Now I feel like it's like a 2, maybe a 3. But I'm just very miffed at the pruning of Rupture. And how much RNG is in some of the talents. Sometimes I just feel like a Ellie Shaman slot machine on a bunch of procs. And Rupture was kind of a deal breaker for me. Goes for beta. It's too early to tell. All that matters is like PvE tuning. Whatever does the most DPS. Like right now, it would be like Unholy DK and Repelli. That just do overtuned damage with no counterplay. And they're pretty tanky. And aren't really that pruned. I'd say Warlock also is like the new mage. If you want to play a caster. But that's, like I said, it's too early to tell. Doesn't really matter. You want to be weak right now, because that means he'll be OP later. Right now, Rogue's kind of mid. It's not weak or like broken. I don't know how I feel about DH. The damage isn't as terrible as people say. But it can die, so it means it's not the best because it's not immortal. I don't really see Ferals, so it's probably weak. It's way too early to tell. I'm not that impressed with Feral. Dragon's weird because it has double fly. Play Blitz? Nah. Done a couple games here and there, but I think I'm like 3k MMR with like 1800 CR or something. I don't really play it. Ooh, they switched this to the new gems. By sockets. I mean, like, design-wise, a lot of the specs just feel easier to play to make up for no add-ons. And that still kind of gives it the same feeling of dopamine when you're kind of doing crazy stuff without UI. And your eyes are bouncing all over the place to make sure you still do the same play. But, I do think it's a little too pruned. I think pruning would be fine if it was fast-paced, but it's way too slow-paced to be pruned. Because it feels like early Legion, mid-BFA, which is not my favorite. Yeah, Silverman's the new city. There's like an Alliance area and a Horde area. I don't fully know what the enchant looks like now. Play rot in this game. Got wall. Blind the guy's trinket. That was beta. They made some new changes today, I guess. I don't know how I feel about them. There's talent got in here now, which is pretty good. Now we have like 4 different shadow damage talents. But I really don't like that they made the top half of the tree really heavy now. You have to take pretty much every talent. There's no like picking if you want Shiv or Rush Setup or Iron Stomach or Superior. You literally have to take all of them to get to here. That means if you're going to play 2 Vanishes, you have to give up Cold Blood now. Or 7 combo points. Because you have to take like literally half the top of the tree. It's kind of weird. Yeah, you trying to queue some retail? I'm down. Like you have to take the whole top side of your tree now. You lose like 3 talents at the bottom. Because it forces you to take more of the beginning talents. And then they added this talent in. Which basically just makes cheap shot and kidney do damage. Oh, maybe it was a couple days ago. I haven't been on. I've been at work. So I figured today's Tuesday, so it was today. But maybe it was a new build today? Because the last time I played, these weren't on there. TBC? Nah, TBC is one of the worst versions of WoW. I don't like resists, I don't like PV gear. Today is Sunday. I had a long Saturday at work, okay? It feels like a Tuesday. More weekend for me. I'm also just not used to playing on Monday, Tuesday. Hopefully we get another shuffle. Well, there's just not as much weight in most actions in the game. Because anything that is anything of an interaction is just kind of pruned. Like alter not mattering as much. I do think like Blast Wave and stuff was toxic, and I'm glad that it's like a little easier to actually hit a mage, but there's just not as many outplays in the game right now. I'm sure not being able to track kicks is probably miserable too. Oh, you can't socket crafted gear? That's crazy. Or it's just a bug. I mean, if you're a Warlock, you obviously like it. Because you have like 4 different DRs of instant CC on short cooldowns. Like, Warlocks just gained everything. They're like one of the only non-pruned things. And then like Ret only got an easier rotation, but like they didn't prune any of the defensive garbage that makes it a fucking tank spec. Like the fact that Ret still has Searing Glare and Bop slash Magic Pop and Lay and Sank. It's like they pruned literally nothing. Besides making the rotation even more of an Xbox controller than it already was, and dumbing it down even more. There's a skirm, yeah. I have queued some real twos, but like we won like 9 games in a row, and then the queue stopped popping. Me and Egg were having like 15-minute twos queues because of MMR. Shuffle pops, so even though I'm in queue for 15 right now, might as well be a retail shuffle. Even though I've been losing most of my lobbies to Rets and DKs every game. think Havoc is probably better than Devourer. There's just too much counterplay to Devourer damage. It's really, really slow and telegraphed. Healer changes, they're pretty pruned, but I don't know. I don't know how I feel about healers yet. I wish they'd make like double DPS more viable in twos, because I think healers are so catered to and still no one wants to heal. Like the, 90-second trinket changes and like so many other trinket, like just, no matter what rewards you give them or how easy you make it, no one's ever going to want to heal. There's always going to be a bottleneck of Q times of DPS being like 10 to 1. And there's no sweet spot of like trusting Blizzard to ever make healing enjoyable. Because they're not going to make healers like active outplay, go in for game-winning CCs and stuff. It's just going to be sit at a pillar and, wait for 70% dampening and have infinite mana. As long as dampeners are always just more rewarded than playing well, healing's always kind of boring. Because the best way to play healing well is to just play bad. And just never have fun and never do anything. Doesn't matter if they get unique housing decorations, a whole different glad mount, or like, different titles, or actually like make it easier to get rating in shuffle, or even if you get like a 2-win you still win or some bullshit. Like Because like I know there's like issues where healer MMR is generally lower than DPS MMR, and when there's big MMR ranges where you're like 100 points above the enemy healer because like they needed to find 2 people on the entire continent to start a game, then yeah, there's like bigger MMR ranges where you're just not rewarded for beating someone that you're hundreds of points higher than. The thing is, most DPS players are playing healer because it's the only way to play the game. Like almost every rogue and mage is like secretly a disc priest on the side right now, practically, except for me. Step leap in a sec. Gouge, Shiv Zerker. Keep kiting. I'm just gonna blind the rest of his CD, still rage trinket it. I got my stun because stupid hero talent for Trickster. Love it. Well, I'm gonna resap this guy, no Zerker rage. We can set up out of that. Paint that. Gonna vanish because he has cooldowns up. We can set up out of that. Maybe I can kill second wind now. Yeah, I'll bring it back a sec while we're in queue. We're 25 minutes in chef. Classes are looking ridiculous. I'd say Warlock, Unholy DK. Like too early to tell, but like if it went live today, that's what would be bottom and ret. Don't know about healers though. Don't feel like healers do anything. I will say like probably a no add-on play. It's easier for a priest to outplay people because it's like harder to keep track of like fade and sync and stuff. And whereas the priest's role, they're not really tracking the CC, they're just tracking the people's positioning. So it's like they kind of have a built-in tracker of like, oh, he's running over, he wants to do something. And then the DPS is like, does he have it? Does he not have it? Fuck. Looking forward to the next X pack? I mean, I am because it's something new. But there's a lot of things I'm really miffed about. Oh yeah, I don't think DK is good right now, like in the long term. Like it's not like a design buff. It's just that's really overtuned. Priest is probably gonna get nerfed. I like the no add-on stuff, but I really don't like how slow paced it is and how pruned it is. I think you have to pick one. If you want it to be pruned, it has to still be fast. But you can't have slow and pruned. Otherwise, it's just too dumbed down. It doesn't feel like it's respecting your time or effort, and you just feel like you're losing to some like 50-year-old bald ditto Ret Pally playing with a trackpad with his feet. Fighting some male Worgen Fury Warrior type thing where it's just like, then it just becomes a vanilla WoW type thing. Where it's like, oh, time investment is the skill, you know? You might as well just go chop trees to 99 in RuneScape. Like it doesn't, you know. I think like the more pruned and more slow it gets, the less rewarded you are for doing something cool. That's just what I envision, you know. I don't think dynamic macros is working, but I can test it. I haven't tried it, so. I don't even have options for it when I put it on. Yeah, it doesn't work. Classes are looking worst. Honestly, I can't tell. Hunters are crying about no scatter, but like BM does good damage, I think. But that's like not indicative of like good. It's just like where the RNG spin wheel says who's immortal and does good damage. When viability is like 90% determined by just your DPS and how easy you die, kind of an issue. But it's been that way for decades now, since like Legion. The dampeners kind of won after Legion, like the first kind of big wave of pruning and everything, where it just became the gold standard to just play for 60% dampening every game. Where your glasses? I got LASIK a month or two ago. Got walled. Tried a DFA coil. Didn't get it. Tried a cloak coil. Didn't get it. I'm bad. Pick that. Do a gouge, do a stun. A little bit of lag there. Guy just doesn't press howl. It worked, yeah. I had like negative 275, negative 150, I want to say. Why did he gate into the tree? Oh, that's funny, actually. I don't mind 2 DRs. I always envisioned 2 DRs, but with 8-second CCs back, and then longer DR reset. So like 2 DRs, but 16-second reset is kind of the opposite of what I had in plan, you know? But like, I think it's healthy. Doing a triple DR cheap shot on an orc is like you're not even trading a global with them, and it's not fun to press. But yeah, 20-second reset, 8-second CCs with 2 DRs would be much more fun. Because honestly, 16-second DR is more micro CC. Because you just stop caring about sheeping and stuff, because it's like the durations are still too short. When you have an 8-second potential CC, it makes you not want to use the micro CCs because it's a waste of your DR. But if like a gouge or a scatter or something is like almost the same duration as a sheep anyway, it's like, why bother? You might as well just try to gouge into a half sheep so that you're not AFK ever. Yeah, even 7 would be nice. Yeah, dynamic macros doesn't work. I tried it. The 1-button rotation has like the GCD penalty, so it's not really viable. Unless you're playing like really low rated or something. But you should just like play a spec that's like already basically a 1-button rotation without it. And then you just don't need it. Like right now, most specs are like 5 buttons, not even. Like even Sub Rogue is super pruned. Like rotationally for PV, but like, you know, for CC, obviously, good stuns, good gouge, good blind sap, you know, like timing your bomb and blind well. So you don't have to put all 2 or 3 of them on stun DR or, you know, setting up a sap with it. Sap healer. Paint the rogue. The resap. Stun rogue, stun healer. Get Sank out of the way for later. Disarm rogue on the rest of his improved Garrote window. The trinkets disarm. We'll cloak out of all this. Shiv healer because he wants to go for fair. Kick that. Done everything in like 5. Didn't faint this. I'll just trinket though. Page my first cheap shot. Get bubble here probably. I said 4 from Lay. Swap rogue just because DRs. Pick that. Can't blind for 10 because priest is on disperse DR. I'll gouge though. Try to have Asian disarm. I think I have Asian kidney. Can't kick that because no step. Got a cloak here, it's a lot of rogue damage. And priest damage. Sun healer and ret and 2, I'm just waiting on kidney. From this late. Get bubble. Farm rogue. Oh, I did it into Searing Glare. I thought it missed. I thought he did it in the opposite direction. Try to gouge Sun Healer. Pick that. That was Trinket Sank. Lining the priest on some of his damage. Try to paint the rogue stun after that. And get it. Probably just vanish before I get stunned. Pick priest into a gouge. Into a cheap shot. My melt bugs. Didn't faint this, I could die. Is that my healer? Blades the rogue. Coup de grace gaps my restun. Love hero talents that like literally make you unable to play your character. Like I despise the tricks like Deathstalker is inviable. I hate that like not only can you not switch your stacks around ever, even if you train one target the whole game. If people block or bubble, you literally can't reapply your stacks at all. Like I had a mage block off my Deathstalker stacks when I tried to play it, and I just couldn't apply it the rest of the game. And it's not even a bug, it's like intended, because PvEers complain that you can't swap targets. They want a tunnel vision. Gonna get the Sank off. Actually he doesn't. Should be able to get a sap then. He trinkets actually. No sap. Just pumping. Priest running for your CC, so I'm gonna shiv him. Just to make it harder for him to go for fear. We can multi-stun in one after this fear. I can't go get the other guy. Rook trinkets aggro though. As long as I don't die this global. Ret has bubble for me and Lay. Alright, we're chilling. I wasted my step because I tried to target my healer on raid frame. Pick that. Stun Ret in one, then stun healer. Gonna bomb this late. On use to the big abyss. I think that's when people get like the new indicator to dispel or something. I don't really like it. Yeah, you can't see teammate CDs, CC on your teammates, any of that. Gotta use words and not play solo queue. I have faint for that, should be okay. Got healer's trinket. Swap on the evasion. I think Blade Flurry still goes through it. I'm basically an outlaw rogue. Gouge healer in 5. Step kick if I can. Don't have it for 1. Hit that. Do a gouge. Do a stun. Stun rep before the sink. Stun rogue so I don't get peeled. Just swap rogue, I guess. Vanish for a re-cheap shot. It bugs. I'll just drink of this. I'll use non-blades because I want to pump. Got bubble. Gouge healer in 4. Step kick him first. Degouge. I can vanish here to not die. He death my gouge. Still multi-stunning for the win here though. Rogue's dying to AoE also. Can meld cheap shot rogue in a sec. Are they living at 3%? Because no one does damage. Sap healer. I had full combo points for that. I don't know why I felt short. Swap the other rat. From the wings in a sec. It dodged somehow. Everything's on stun deer. I can't really play the game. Oh, this just sank? Like he just pre-sanked instead of using it as a... Okay. It was like 1 second duration. I guess he could pre-sank, but like that's terrible compared to just using it as a fucking trinket. Bomb this guy's stun. Priest trinkets the kidney even though they have 2 sinks. Love to see it. Means I can actually blind. Actually, I didn't have it. Forgot I used it in the ope. Did land the kick though. Got another trinket. Swap the other guy. Keep AoEing the whole game. Try to dodge that. Step kick healer into gouge kidney. Hope they don't sink. Got bubble. Farming non-wings even though it's terrible. Try to meld fear. Cloaked it at least, but he's dead. Trying to stun arena 2 because the kill target arena 1 was still on stun DR for 5. I was trying to stun the other guy to peel a bit. Seems like there's just 1 to 2 rets in every single lobby of the beta. They didn't really prune any of the prop pally tank stuff. Get priest into blind in a sec. Maybe I could sap that. If he dispels my Hodge. I don't think he will though. Okay. Gonna go with the healer more, just to make them AoE. If I can get triple AoE instead of double AoE, that's a lot more DPS for my parse. Dodge that as an interrupt. They pre-sank that stun too, because he tried to sank a gouge. Hit that. Vanish defensively. Swap back to the healer. We can swap back to a ret. 3 is the one that's off the R. YOLO bomb just defensively, even though ulti pen goes through bomb. I have blades in 5, vanishing to not die here. Vanish bugs and breaks to nothing. Ret bubbles aggro to kill me. We're both just dead. Stun them off me, but yeah. Yeah, he was a first time rogue. Self-proclaimed in chat, but I don't know. If it was just other specs that weren't ret, it'd be possible for me to do anything. But like Sank, Bop, and Lair just way too overpowered. Like specs shouldn't have 3 different externals for stalling a game 2 minutes. Sanity Enhance is not really, no. If everyone's gonna get pruned, they should have pruned ret too. Watch the world burn, you know? Like, I would much rather they just make rets OP offensively instead of being a tank spec. You could give rets Mortal Strike, you know? You can give them blind and rep at the same time. You can give them physical, undispellable Hodge. I don't care. Just give them 1 ounce of skill. And make them not literally a tank spec that makes the game twice as long, running around making their teammates immortal as like a defensive support bot. Like, no spec in the game should just feel like you're playing double healer. I feel like literally the last like 5 or 6 expansions of Ret, when fighting Ret Warrior all the time, is literally just trying to fight a tank spec slash double healer. Doesn't matter if it's like a patch where Word of Glory is big, or if it's like this modern, you know, lay on hands, ignoring dampenings type stuff. Or being able to use bubble while on forbearance for no reason, or 20-second forbearance. I mean, Rets are top in damage right now every game, and there's multiple of them in every shuffle. I don't even know why forbearance is in the video game, to be honest. I've never seen it ever prevent anything from being used. Like, it might as well get pruned because it's already effectively not in the game. It's just like a clutter debuff that you don't need to see. Because everything ignores it, and it lasts for not even like 1 DR. There's no, oh shit, this guy, he's greedy. He used delay. He can't bubble, and you all in and kill. That never happens. It's not possible to happen because you can bubble while on forbearance. So it's like, why does the debuff even exist? Oh, that immune my blind somehow. That was weird. Almost blow up a whole cup of coffee. I mean, at least there's no weak auras telling them. Back, yeah, that's like an actual outplay of they're gonna cross CC me. I don't want to get stun polyed. Now I'm able to get a sank. Even though you used to have to actually time stack correctly instead of it just being a 12-second unoutplayable window, unpurgeable garbage. Which is kind of like how Warlocks used to just, you know, do the, what was it called? Burning Pact? They gave you the move speed. And you would self-harm to break CC. Like having like a 10+ second, you know, outplay of CC is kind of crazy. Actually, it's like 8 and not 12, I forget actually. I feel like it's not 12 anymore. 12 seems really long. I think it's like 8. Dodged his fear. For me, it's just like, I would rather everyone feel OP and everyone be interactive and offensive and doing things. I hate when any spec of the game feels like a tank spec. I just hate it when their tanks are ever viable either. Like if there's a prop pally in arena or something, like that's... burn it all down at that point. That's kind of where I've gotten to the point with healers, where I think healers are just so overly coddled and babied. By like the CC nerfs and then like, you know, 90-second trinket and just the ego of having like the 50 remaining people asking you to play because there's never more than like 3 healers on at a time. It is brutal finding a good healer that actually wants to play every day. It's like impossible. Unless you just have like an AWC team and you're just practicing with your team. Because it's just not fun. The rewards are bad. Like in Shuffle, you know, you fight someone 100 points lower than you and you go 4 wins and you still lose. Because the only way to get a Q pop is to just, you know, put you up against someone you're expected to pretty much 6-0 because, you know, 200 rating gap. I'm gonna reset because I want to wait out secret tech. Two literally can't damage each other. That's funny. Oh, where you're starting to die. 55. I got my restun there because it's my hero talent. Fun. I really hate that this just gives you a longer global. That I really missed the shadow step reduction so I can go CC healers more. But it's so unfortunate that you just can't play Deathstalker in Arena. Oh, the warrior actually won. I'll throw a ball after this. So. Melt that? Oh, I pressed it, but at least I feinted it, so we're chilling. The Berserker, keep kiting. I can keep up spear while blind. You fake coil? I think I got it there. Or that might have just been an imp bolt, actually. Coup de grace gaps my stuns, fun. Dancing without stun DRs because I want to kill. The Qs weren't popping for them when I was trying them, but I don't think you can do the training ground thing either. No Rupture feels incredibly pruned. I feel like I'm playing a Demon Hunter, just mashing Cheap Shot into Vis. Deathstalker is completely unplayable in Arena because Shadow Strike won't ever move your stacks anymore, like intentionally, once they're out. So they get stuck on the wrong target. You swap around on defensive, so you can't play Deathstalker anymore. But yeah. You basically have perma-dance regardless of how many finishers you do. And your dance is 6 seconds. And your rotation is like 3 buttons. But you can still do like the same micro CC stuff. But yeah, no Rupture feels really, really weird. Also, Sap pulls you out of stealth for no reason. I don't know about that one. From where here? Should be able to sap that. No, your trinkets. Stay SP for a little bit till he leaves bear. Yeah, Symbols is gone. You don't play T. Almost all the modifiers are automatic. There's nothing to track. But no add-on stuff's kind of fun. You get air horned a little less. Clone blow, because the NS cloned me, I think. Yeah, my top damage there is just random passive Trickster AoE. Crazy Super could just stand in the middle of the map with no skin and get caught out of bear and still not even go to half. Feel like a secret tech everything because the game is so slow. So Stun DR looks like Conk Shot. Fear DR looks like Disperse, and then the Dragon like Landslide Root is like Poly. But DRs make no sense. Healer's on all 3 DRs right now. I can gouge him in 5. Well, it's on CD for 8. Can't kill void tendrils anymore. It's untargetable. Intentional. Battle Master's gonna fall in like 3. I love triggering the fear and you getting auto-rooted on my trinket. Guess I shouldn't gouge if he's gonna clone low. Kinda bad. You have to make it harder for him to run for fear. Stun ret, so I'm allowed to stun the healer. Blind off that into a sap. Go to resap. I'll use this even though I don't have blades. Because now is the time. Oh, the guy rage quit. That's fun. Healers are allowed to throw tantrums like children because, you know, they're all privileged healers that have, you know, insta queues and everyone wanting to play with them. The healer entitlement. You have to be down bad as a DPS to rage quit, but as a healer, it's like, eh. Well, obviously on a beta, it's eh no matter what because rating doesn't matter. But there's so many healers that like rage quit even on like the actual game. But a lot of that's just because Blizzard never fixed the MMR bug, but. I want some. Ain't that? No Zerker. Oh, he does have it already because it doesn't have a cooldown. Evasion the spear, I guess. I'm not gonna stun until after my evasion's over. I don't want to overlap Stun and evasion. Alright, so now we can just dance and stun. Coup de grace gaps by restun so I get disarmed. If we love hero talents. Somehow I pre-triggered Stormbolt, or I was just immune. Meld the demolish. Dance so I can maybe kill through second wind. Yep. $43 in skirm queue, nice. Actually did. I clicked accept at the last second. That's illegal. I actually lose this because I didn't have all my cooldowns at the start. We're close to getting DFA off there. Actually dead. The cloak in one. Nice. I have the banner shield, so I should be fine here. Or not. I don't think it's possible to lose Rogue versus Mage anymore. It used to be the other way around, where it was impossible to lose as the Mage, but yeah, now it's impossible to lose as the Rogue. It's just, I'm dueling without CDs. I let him get his whole one-shot off, and then cloak after his one-shot's over while I'm already at like 20%. But as long as I just run at him with, you know, vanishes and cloak, it's like impossible to die. I was hoping I would get the sap with the vanish, and then that would stall all I need to heal, but it did not work that way. Immune the Dragon's Breath. I'll just vanish this poly to keep smorking. Meld that, be annoying. That missed. Oh, he's sad about that. It still hit me even though I went sideways. That's weird. Not sure what broke my blind. I guess I cloak. I wanted to kick and then stun, but it was kick stun anyway though, so he couldn't blink anyway. I also got stuck in there. Oh yeah, dropped my shuffle Q in the skirmish left on the last second. That's annoying, actually. Like, only scary the part where I just don't have cloak. But I can dampen it. Nah, there's a max level server on beta. With vendors and everything. And they fixed all the bug trinket one-shots. No meld for that, it's on CD still. Melded all of his pet damage. Still no cloak for 10, so I could just die. I have to take this Q. I had cloak back there though, so it was pretty over, I think, but double vanish is definitely better for like 1v1s. It's just more healing. I had resap into stun blind, but DH wanted to just run off with his own micro CC, I guess. I thought he was playing the Scion passive, but he's not. Duel on the healer. It's gonna never end. Doesn't matter if you're rank 1 against like a 1800 healer, you still could never kill a healer in the last 15 years of the game. Even if you literally kick them on CD and they never fake a single kick. There's no doing enough DPS to them or anything. Because there's no waiting for their healing to be reduced by like 60 to 80% in a duel. Doesn't work that way. Guy's busting and the guy's just casting holy fires, not even caring. Still playing aggro. 20% still playing aggro. Actually might die. Okay. He found the way to die as a healer. Never press a single heal. Maybe it is possible then. Where the DFA doesn't count as multiple finishers anymore. Maybe that's just the difference playing Deathstalker in the 1v1. But I don't feel like I actually have Shadow Step. Actually such a big deal, but not having this when you play Trickster. But you just have to play Trickster, sadly. But in 1v1s you can get away with Deathstalker. Trying to find games on retail too. I want to do some threes, but it's kind of hard to find. But Blitz, not really. I have a Mamar, but I don't really enjoy it that much. I don't like the whole duo Q abusing with healers. Depends on my build. I think if I'm playing Rotten, I'm dropping 7 combo points, and then if I'm playing Finality and everything, then I'm probably dropping 2 Vanish. But yeah, 23 points before the final row is some BS. There's just no choice anymore. You have to take the entire tree. There's no, oh, no Iron Stomach, no Rush Setup, like, because these are all mandatory at this point, because like, this doesn't work on Dance. This isn't even usable in Arena. And then this, you lose Crippling Poison. So it's like, you literally, there's no choice for the first 30 points now. When it used to be like, you got to pick, you know, 2 out of 5 things of like, oh, do I want energy? Do I want mobility? Do I want Shiv? Do I want self-healing? But now there's no choice anymore. But yeah, I think if you're playing Rotten, lethality is just so good. It's not even about Cold Blood. And then if you're playing more finisher style, where you're dropping Ancient Arts and you're dropping Rotten and you're playing Dark Brew, then 7 combo points is too important if you care about finishers. So it's, do you want more Shadow Strike or do you want more Abyss? Because yeah, it's just, I would say for like 1v1s, I think Double Vanish is good. But yeah, in Arena, I think I've just been dropping Double Vanish again. Which was one of the main things I was excited about with the expansion, was like being able to play Subterfuge. And being able to go for re-stealths. But you can't really go for re-stealths, even with the Dance CDR. Because they're just not worth anything. They don't work with any of the talents anymore. Like, everything is like Dance only and not stealth. And then not getting a shot in the dark on re-stealths, even though that's like an intent to kill Meld, I guess. Kind of makes re-stealths a lot less valuable. So you just stay in, do your micro CC, be an outlaw rogue basically. Oh, we gotta shuffle. Five out of 6. I don't know if it'll go through that. Oh, it declined. I didn't really do anything that little bit. Find any good for Outlaw? I think you always play blind, yeah. Why would you not play blind? The AoE thing is really bad. That stacker broken? It's intentionally broken. It just doesn't work in Arena. Once your stacks are out, Shadow Strike no longer applies new stacks. As like a way to make sure PvEers don't accidentally swap around. So you get punished really hard. And you have to tunnel into defensives or like... Also, when people remove it with immunities like Bubble and Ice Block, you can't reapply it either. So it's only viable if you're tunneling one target into the ground in like a duel. Which sucks, because then you lose like all the Shadow Step mobility and stuff like that. But yeah, you just have to play Trickster. And then Trickster is also terrible for PvP. Because when you get the Empowered Eviscerate with the coup de grace, you, it's a longer global. So it makes you gap your stuns all the time. Because the animation is like 1.2 seconds. So both hero talents are just awful for PvP and make me wish they got rid of hero talents. Yeah, I mean, because you've basically outlawed Blade Flurry, so you don't really have to press Black Powder ever, right? Honestly, that's kind of almost more boring. It's just less keybinds. Having permanent Blade Flurry without toggling it or anything. Stormbolt didn't work on me, hell yeah. I tried to bomb to get the sap, but he stayed combat with nothing. No step to kick that, because no CDR on Trickster. I wanted to say outlaw, but... Could have cloaked. Actually, I didn't have cloak for a minute. He's dead. Well, the whole goal of everything this expansion, right, is just dumbing everything down the most to make up for the no add-on stuff. And unfortunately, Deathstalker has 1 ounce of thought of occasionally looking at debuffs. Trickster is completely, you just pretend you don't even have hero talents and it just plays itself. Outside of when you get screwed over on your stun gaps. Defensive bomb to save him. Somehow my cheap shot didn't land, so I have to vanish. I guess my kidney didn't land on the priest. Melts Rumble on accident. So I was trying to melt for the sap. But we'll act like that was on purpose. We're insane. Pick that. And gouge in 3. Then I can stun off that. He clones my kidney, feels bad. Kick ulti though. He's gonna get ulti pen off now though. Pick that into gouge. Into kidney. Pick it for a re-cheap shot. Doesn't feel that unnatural with shot in the dark. Especially with almost having so many dances that you just in 6-second dance where it's like you're re-dancing anyway, so you're already feeling like you have like a 3rd shot in the dark all the time when you're like double dancing every go almost. There's not that much planning, you just micro CC when you can. It's only annoying when like you lose your vanish shot in the dark by pressing any other button that isn't cheap shot. Like if you vanish sap and then get pulled out of stealth and then your shot in the dark's just gone. And then you basically wasted a cheap shot. Got sank. Like that. Like there, right? The subterfuge, I don't have a bonus cheap shot. I kicked him and then did damage. Take that. Through gouge. Take a gouge on CD. Disarm wings. If I don't, just die. Pick fire. And the other guy's disarmed. Bomb defensively. Blind the hero class. I have cloak at 5. Cloak now, we're chilling. Step behind the searing glare so it misses me. Still dead. Red bubbles aggro, but he needs another trinket. No bear, no skin, doesn't even get him to half because the game is so slow paced. I can't get into that, I'm bad. I'm okay with this clone, it's a free bubble for me. Got free bop. Almost had the sap on right there. Let that sit as long as I can. Picked him at low HP. Please just kill the guy, man. Okay, secret tech on 1% is enough. God, healers are so broken. It's actually illegal that I can like walk up to him for like 3 seconds and he doesn't bear, and I go him with no skid, no bear, and he doesn't even go to half. Yeah, this is the midnight beta. They haven't broken them yet. The damage goes off almost instantly. So like you can still do stun blind sap even. Clone him low. Oh, thought he would NS clone though. Well, there's lay on hands at least. Pick that late. Need this guy in one. I'm gonna miss the shuffle on retail, but honestly not in the mood to play it. I'd rather play this. Faint that. Pre-parries air, so I guess we just wait. He's on stun DR, so there's no reason to pre-parry. We don't cheap the multi-stuns there. At least I have all in use for the next go. And blades. From wings. I guess the ulti went off. Magic pop, this guy's fine. Separate? Oh, your combat. Blind go in like 2. I just triggered at a 1-second Dragon's Breath. Got pre-parried, so we say the ret. Ret trinkets aggro on a disarm. Like that. Turn a kidney and then go druid again. Trinkets my blind. In 5 we can do stuff. Got skin. Getting cloned here. Major bust Swam and CC. He's soloing, so. Decent AoE here. Fix Searing Glare. They're going soon. Feel different more than, I mean, the no add-ons is very different, which I think is really good for me. feel like I'm less crutched on it by most people. I actually still see all the CC and everything, and busts and battle master falling and all that. Eyeballs don't need 700 weak auras, so that's good. I don't really have CDs for this, but try it. I was spamming gouge there. It didn't go up. I'm okay with him blinding here and all that, because, like, this is his cooldowns. Waiting for him to dance before I blind. No evasion for 30 still, so it's going to be kind of hard not having it. He's also playing Deathstalker, and I'm not, because I'm still Trickster from the arena. It's an issue. I like Trickster or Deathstalker way more for 1v1. But starting this without evasion is kind of scary. Ah, he fucked up his dance. We're chilling. Problem though is I dance and die here. Okay. He's on Stun Dare forever, and evasion wouldn't actually save me. Because I actually kind of did. Stun Dare has lied to me. But now I don't have a re-cheap shot. Bullet bust. I shouldn't even kick him here. I mean, I'm still cloaked either way, but... Gouge trinket. Where is that doing it? Shiv for combo points into gouge. Gouge for combo points into it too. Now we're full points. Pick that. we got a shuffle on retail. Sap off the Nully, get the sap. Gonna trinket that, get a resap. Get one more sap, do a kidney. Continue to hit the Warlock. Do a blind. Big sleepwalk. Do a kidney in one. Oh, wow. Here's the Nully. Gonna kidney this, I guess. What did they get me? Fire breath, JK, that was a good purge. Can't kill that. Kind of scary. Apparently Rupture didn't work on him there. Gouge into stun. JK. Love just being air horned more than the healers. Bomb that late. Do a cheap shot. Who needs CC? Gouge in 3. Have to wait on Nully though. So used to just having permanent dance. On the slate. Try to DR Sun Gouge. Wait to Secret Tech first though. I don't have gouge for 2. Try to gouge the penance. Keep everything ruptured. Overlap stunning kick, but gouge in 3. Kidney healer in 3. Shadow into the kidney. Try to gouge, just trinket on that. I might be dead this global. Cloak at 10. No dance. Blind lock to live, I guess. It broke to nothing. Love to see it. Should've just never got off the lock personally, but yeah. I was just hoping Enhance would die, because I was gonna die in the next couple seconds, so I had to go him defensively or he would kill me. And then I got kind of stuck. But yeah, it sucks that he broke my blind too. I tried to kill that, but I targeted the wrong totem. I accidentally cranked the DPI up on my mouse. It's like unusable right now. Software's being shitty. Alright. I just have to barely use the mouse at all. It's actually like completely unusable. Holy shit, that's difficult. No, I tabbed to my other monitor because I'm not like full screen, so I couldn't like stun there when I wanted. Oh, it's cursed. Dance to swap. Try to keep my monitor in the main WoW. This is a real, actual, super duper ultra vanilla hardcore. Play on like 30,000 DPI or some shit. Pretty much can only move with step. Doing like a marksman no movement challenge. Trying to disarm the enhance, but I turned to run the wrong way. Oh, this is difficult as shit, man. Thanks, man. I'm probably possibly dead. I think we can still win this, the crazy thing. Line defensively. Now we're dead. It's annoying because like it says it's on 400 DPI. Maybe if I do this. Worked, I guess. Cool. Oh my god, I have a cursor again. Thank god. There isn't a button that does it. It's a really minimal mouse. It's like a certain combination of mouse buttons plus shift at the same time that cycles the DPI, but I normally have it set to only have one profile no matter what. Like I disabled the other profiles, so I don't know how it did that. And even then they were all set to the same DPI also on top of that. But it just decided to be like 30,000 DPI on 400. It was brutal. Oh, I could have. Oh, nice. I still get the half set. Got swap. Pick that. Multi stun goes up. Nice, wind shear. Alright, this would have been a 5er if we didn't fuck that one game with the mouse. I didn't think it was possible to lose with the Warlock. This is surprisingly the only not terrible lobby for an enhanced, just because he has Tremor. I was playing Midnight the last 3.5 hours. This is the only game of retail I've played the entire stream. But it's a little too pruned and too slow paced. I think damage is really low. And it feels really bad not having Rupture. And it feels really bad being forced to play Trickster. This Deathstalker just doesn't really work with target swapping anymore. I was gonna half step there. Still not number one. How high did Abby get? 2930. Okay. I don't trust Q in 2 lobbies in a row because I'm just gonna get a billion rets. We'll log back on beta. I'm happy we almost won the game with my mouse fucking up though, because that was actually a fun challenge. Just trying to play on like 30,000 DPI, just playing entirely around Shadow Step. Just like barely trying to turn and walk like 5 degrees to the left, and then just doing like a 760 no scope and completely whiff trying to disarm the enhance. Drunk running in the wrong way. That was brutal. Yeah, we got midnight back open though, so we're chilling. Tried to immune the coil, but guy just triggers a blind for no reason. The only reason I'm allowed to play. Got wall. Wait out the wall. And stun DR. I'd sap him right here just to stall, but it pulls you out of stealth. And then I'd just be getting hit by pets forever. So we're waiting on the DRs. Playing the game now. Gotta get Axe Toss first, Global of Dance though. Is what it is. I could have maybe tried to DFA it, but... Try to DFA the Howl. I don't think I got it. Gonna Howl Fear Coil me now. There's Coil. Got a lot of instant damage out right now, so we'll trade. Big tyrant. Big kidney. Pop our stuff. Dark Pact ended. Too bad there's no counterplay to howl every single DR. Alright, we'll just vanish the tyrant. We'll open into it. We're not gonna be that lame. Too bad fear never breaks on damage. I don't think it's OP. I don't think it's weak either, but like it's very, very dumbed down. Oh, is there not gems on this vendor anymore? Wish that shuffle didn't decline. I need it. Stopwatch lied to me there, Rip. Still locked, actually. Tried to DFA that trap, but he disarms me mid-trap. Love to see it. Need a Q pop because I need to go get food kind of soon. Good to see you too, Magic. Been chilling, doing a lot of work. I do like quality control at a warehouse. It's like 24 an hour. A lot of paperwork, some warehouse work as well, in terms of like pulling pallets and opening and taping back up boxes and all that. Stopwatches for tracking the stun DR in duels. S-Arena works in Arena, but there's not a like a diminish for like world PvP. Ugh. I think it's managed AFK. There we go. I think I immune Hal there. That's huge. Put a cloak coil. Don't think I got it. Hard to see with all the pets everywhere. I don't really enjoy Asta and Outlaw at all in any version of the game, so I don't really even test them. But they don't look that fun. Outlaw, just too much RNG. I hate not having Shadow Step. It's just a dampener tank spec. And then Asa, you're just running around as like a drunk feral druid that can't clone. Not fun. Only sub-rogue feels like rogue to me in any version of WoW. Even though Outlaw and Asa have been better at PvEing for like the last 10 years, but PvEing in PvP. Oh, it's lagged there a little bit. There are enough pets on the screen. Guy's playing Legion Remix right now. My kidney was immune even though stopwatch was over 17 seconds. There's crazy. I think the DRs are just not set to 16 in duels, but I think it might be in arena. Weird. Picked that like 99. He's pissed. Yeah, I might take a break, go get some food, maybe do a second stream later tonight. If we can't get this shuffle to pop in the next like 5 minutes. Otherwise we can end on a shuff, but a little fried. I want to find some threes tomorrow or Tuesday. But we'll figure it out. An MN than current version? What do you mean by MN? Trying to think what that could stand for. Oh, midnight. That makes sense. Maybe a little bit. I don't know. Depends how good you are without the add-ons. And how many people start cheating as like a substitute for not having add-ons. Like I'm sure a lot of people are gonna have like illegal add-ons and stuff. But not getting 0.1 air horn as soon as you even try to do a setup, it's gonna be sick. You're gonna have so much more flexibility to make setups. Yeah, stuff's starting to get pretty inflated. My like barely 2.8 shuffle was like 2920 MMR or something. I was waiting out of White Elf teleport, but I should not have triggered that. I don't think that shuffle queue's ever gonna pop. So I think I'm gonna go get some food and shit. I appreciate you all. 0 subs all the day, but hey, we're just here, playing for fun. Maybe I'll do a second stream later tonight. If not, we'll be live tomorrow and live Tuesday. Wednesday, I do have work. I just had some other IRL shit going on last Wednesday. So, normal Wednesday to Saturday work week, but, I'll see you guys Monday, Tuesday, and probably next Sunday through Wednesday. So, plenty of opportunity to get some hours in for sure. Hopefully we can find some real threes. Make sure we get our #1 shuffle back next week. Since Avi's trying to take my spot again. See how it is. But I appreciate you all. See you guys tomorrow.